Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, thank you, all of you who are here in person, and thank you everybody who's here online. We're going to commence our program. We'll start with the foot bathing, and then for offerings, I know we have Toby with us, Guru Didi, so I know for some people the timing is awkward, so we'll start offerings with Toby, and then we'll continue down the line. But for now, we'll continue with kirtan. We'll do the foot bathing, and then I'll go ahead and MC events as they come up. So thank you all so much for being here. His Divine Grace, Srila Jayadvaita Maharaj Ki Jai. Kirtan, please.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Somebody play harmony.
Hare Rama,
Okay, it does.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jayam Vishnupad Bharamam Saparivrajaka Stotra Shata Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki. Jayam Vishnupad Bharamam Saparivrajaka Stotra Shata Shishimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Prem Sekho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki. Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhana Ki. Vrindavan Dham Ki. Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki. Jagannath Pura Kshetra Puri Dham Ki. Jamuna Maya Ki. Ganga Maya Ki. Bhakti Devi Ki. Tulsi Maharani Ki. Samaveda Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki. All glorious to your Samu devotees. All glorious to your Samu devotees. All glorious to your Samu devotees. All glorious to His divine grace. Srila Jayadvaita Maharaj Ki. Nitaya Gaur Premanandi. Hari Hari Bol. All right. We are going to commence with offerings. We'll have offerings for the first hour or so. Maybe we'll take a quick recess around noon. Give Maharaj a moment to stand up and walk about. We're all gathered here in honor of the Spiritual Master's 75th birthday. Each of us comes from a different part of the world, and yet somehow Maharaj has traveled around and touched each of our lives. For the disciples, He's given immense, direct, exclusive attention, and the door has opened even further to His grand disciples, to friends, to other shishyas. Each one of us, our lives have been touched, and we're united here today on this common ground. But a few years ago, I was in New Jersey, and I was with Maharaj's sister Toby, and I was eulogizing her illustrious brother. And after I went on for some time, I stopped, and Toby said to me, "So does that mean I have to be nice to him?" And it was then I realized that although I have a particular relationship with my spiritual master, he has a different relationship with each person that he meets, each encounter he has. And his world expands far beyond my little sliver of experience with him. So I would like to invite, first of all, Guru Didi, Toby, if you're available on Zoom. Oh, before, sorry Toby, one moment. Before we begin, we would like to give a gift to Guru Maharaj. So Mahaprasad Prabhu will present this offering before we begin. touching makes instead. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
So we'll start our offerings with Toby because I know you likely can't stay for the whole program. It's quite late in your time. And then we'll proceed through the sannyasis and other disciples. But we also wanted to honor His Holiness Kadambakanana Maharaj. I transcribed a previous offering of his, including some words he spoke beforehand. And in lieu of the meaning of Vyasa Puja in our book, we've included this offering. So I was hoping maybe Tulsi Prabhu could read that offering. But without further ado, Toby, if you're available, let's see if we can mic up the. Well, how are we doing this from the technical side? Will the devotees on Zoom can be heard? I heard someone.
No sound?
Maybe we can mic up the computer. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sing.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, can you hear me?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna.
Hare,
Hare Krishna. Yes, we can
Hare
hear you.
Rama,
Okay.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
To
Hare Krishna. Toby, I'm sorry, Toby. Just hold on one quick second. We're going to have the host be able to hear your sound. I'm just able to hear you on the computer.
These technical difficulties are just an excuse to have more kirtan. So, all right.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
Can
Krishna.
you hear me?
We can hear
From
you.
all the way in New Jersey. It's wonderful to be able to join in and celebrate you, my brother. It's hard to believe that the little kid that I grew up with is now 75 years old and a Swami to boot. It's not hard for me to be nice to you. I don't remember saying that. But it's easy because you're so nice and special and worthy of this honor today. I've been in awe of you and especially your wisdom, your authenticity, your kindness, and your insight. And it's kind of been humbling for me to see how much you've followed your path and your life of purpose. And it's something that has influenced me, although, of course, I live in a different realm. As I wrote in your birthday book honoring you, I feel that even though you're far away and I can't keep track of you, I have a hard time knowing what country you're in and what day. It just seems a whirl. But no matter where you are, I always know that if I reach out to you, you'll be there. And I speak for the whole family in saying that. As some of you may know, when our cousin, who was like a brother to Jay Swami, was ill, my brother flew in from somewhere around the world and was there with him on his deathbed. Same thing with my mother. And whenever I've needed him, his advice or support, it's wonderful to know that I have a brother who's always there for me. I wish you all the best on this day and look forward to seeing you in person. Who knows when? But it's always a wonderful opportunity for me to see you when I do. Hare Krishna and happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, Toby Anuj, thank you so much. And you're not far behind at 73. The catching up. But I'm also fortunate to have a sister who's serious, who's accomplished, and who's affectionate. And did I say smart? Smart. And must be tired also, because over there, what is it, 2 a.m. or something like that?
No, 12:30.
12:30. Okay. But thank you so much for taking the trouble to to be with us. And yes, I look forward to being back in Princeton and meeting you again. And yes, I'm not strong on. I write books, but I'm not very good with words for the deserving appreciation. But thank you, Hare Krishna, and especially thank you for chanting Hare Krishna. So every time I hear Hare Krishna from you, it's just whoa, it's so nice. Thank you. Are you going to stick around a little longer? Or are you going to knock out?
I'm going to stick around a little longer.
Okay. And we'll all stick around a little longer. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so
Many
much.
more years, I hope.
Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you, Maj. Now we'll have Tulsi read the offering by His Holiness Kadambakanana Swami. Because you quote this verse so often, we titled this section Evam Parampara Praptam.
Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jayadvaita Swamin Iti Namine. Before reading, I would just like to speak a few words. It's been over 40 years since we met, and that's a long time. But I have seen that throughout that time, in some ways, you are still as you were then. Totally fixed you were then, and equally fixed you are now. Maybe now there is 40 years of life experience, but spiritual depth and commitment was there at that time and has been there all throughout. And that has greatly confirmed or reconfirmed my faith in you. I will start reading. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jayadvaita Swamin Iti Namine. Dear Shiva Jayadvaita Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. When it comes to pranam mantras, most spiritual teachers in ISKCON take the standard pranam mantra from Srila Prabhupada and substitute his name with their own. You didn't do so for two reasons. You said, first of all, the method doesn't work, and then the word Shrimate means one who possesses transcendental opulences, and I don't have any. So better we take it Guru Dasa. It fixes the matter, and when I will hear it, I will at least remember that I am the servant of my spiritual master. Yet, we see your transcendental effulgence, the transcendental jewels you have received from Srila Prabhupada and collected. All his books are well polished by your devotional service. We see deep knowledge of the scriptures strictly followed and expertly explained. We see pure devotional service. We see 100% dedication to Srila Prabhupada. We see the renunciation of a sannyasi combined with higher taste. We see an acharya. We see Shri Guru, a spiritual master who is full of transcendental opulence. Yet, you see yourself as insignificant. Some years ago, you were not well, and in the Bhaktivedanta hospital in Mumbai with pneumonia. The doctors instructed that for healing, it would be best not to speak. You took that very seriously and communicated only through written notes. When I came, Radhanath Maharaj was there. Maharaj was glorifying you for being an intimate associate of Srila Prabhupada. Even at the last moment you were there, personally serving Srila Prabhupada by holding the microphone for his translation of the Bhagavatam. Maharaja said, with his dramatic narration style, you were so close to Srila Prabhupada. You wrote on your little notepad, yes, very close, but just an insect. We see Srila Prabhupada, the Guru of as it is, and likewise we see the disciple who makes no compromise in purity. We see avyarta kalatvam. You don't waste a moment, but use all your time in Krishna consciousness. Namagana sadaruchi. We see taste for chanting japa and absorption in kirtan. Priti stad vasati stale. You have affection for his, that is to say, Krishna's place. In Alachua, in your room, in the BTG house, there was a map of India on the wall. Once I asked you why. So that I may go there, you replied. Oh, land of Bharata, graced by Krishna's lotus feet. You walk there on Padayatra, following in Lord Chaitanya's footsteps. This holy land is indeed close to you. Tatra laulyam api mulyam ekhalam. You are paying the price of eagerness to purchase Krishna. Krishna say tomara, Krishna dite para. Krishna is yours and you can give him to us. Guru Krishna Rupa Hana Shastrena Pramane Guru Rupa Krishna Kripa Korena Bhakta Gana. Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi 145. The parampara is alive. The Guru has satisfied Krishna and Krishna acts through him to deliver the disciples. We have firm faith, Sudrida Vishvasa, that under your direction, Sarva Karma Krita Haya, all perfection can be obtained. In the devotional service continued from last life, or the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, I think both. But of the two, the mercy of Srila Prabhupada is the most important. Golokera Premadana Harinama Sankirtana. Mahaprabhu brought the love of Goloka to this world in the form of Harinam Sankirtan. It was well preserved in Parampara, and then Prabhupada was the chosen one to bring it to the entire world. He started the International Society for Krishna Consciousness from the Lower East Side store front in New York. You joined the Matchless Gifts store front in 1968. You once told me that you joined too late, that when you came it was all over. I guess you meant that early formative days from Swamiji and some loosely connected hippies to a movement. But when you came, the publication of the books were just beginning. You quickly became an integral part of the book production. That was destiny. Vaishnavera Kriya Mudra Vigeha Nabujaya. Is it that you serve in this way life after life, and each time when Prabhupada comes, you come to help him with publishing? I can only ask the question with no answer it. The depth of your connection with Srila Prabhupada goes beyond what I can see. Your services are many and significant, not only as a peaceful editor or a powerful public preacher. You open up new frontiers. BTG as a subscription magazine, Bhagavad Darshana in India on large scale, BBT Africa, preaching of the beaten track in Turkey and Egypt, Kuwait, or to travel extensively over Africa. You could also fight as a trustee to get forgotten loans to BBT paid, or to stop the sale of temples. And on a light note, when you went to Mayapur to try to convince the GBC body to stop the sale of the New York temple, you wrote a pin-up button that read, "Sell books, no temples." And you did the impossible. You stopped the sale. To defend his guru's and Krishna's interest, a sadhu can fight, but ultimately he is more at home with hearing, chanting, glorifying, and remembering Krishna. You have showed me with endless mercy. Sorry, you have showered me with endless mercy. After you gave me initiation and the ceremony was complete, you stood up and raised one arm, and while swinging a fist in a forward curve, you said, "And now let's preach together." You gave me initiation with the desire to expand the preaching. I'm trying to fulfill that desire and ask others who follow me to do the same. May we multiply this ecstatic Sankirtan manifold. I still have so much more to do in Achar and Prachar in your service. I have not yet given it all I have. When I look at you, you are miles ahead in all respects. Nonetheless, my prayer is that at the end of my life, Guru and Krishna will be pleased that this man has done something for me. Today I am offering you 64 rounds. Your servant, Kadamba Kanana Swami.
In reply, you said, "So many things said about me that I have to try to, in some way or other, match up to or aspire for." Kadambakanana Maharaj, in his very instructive talk, really deserves to be published. It was so instructive. He said, "We see this, and we see this, and we see this, and we see this in the spiritual master. And I look and I don't see this, and I don't see this, and I don't see this, and I don't see this. And if I did see all these things that he saw, I'd be in trouble. If I thought, yes, I have this great quality and that great quality, then I'd be finished in short order. The glories are actually meant to be delivered back. They're meant not exactly for us, but for those who have given us their mercy. So if you're seeing any good qualification in me, really, it's by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. And if there is some glorification of me, that goes back to Srila Prabhupada. It's not meant for me. It's not meant to stick to my fingers. It's meant for Srila Prabhupada. And then he hands it to his spiritual master. The mercy comes down, evam parampara praptam, and the offerings go up. That's our method. We receive what's coming down to us, and we offer what we receive back up through that same line of spiritual masters, so that it will reach the lotus feet of Krishna. That is our method. So this is a yearly reminder to me that I have to serve, and we're meant for service. That's what we are. So in that line, we follow in your example, Guru Maharaj, and we take this yearly reminder to rededicate our lives to you. And I look forward to hearing from all the devotees that time allows. And I would like to begin with the sannyas disciple and Keshav Maharaj, grand disciple. If Yadunandan Maharaj is available, does anybody have Zoom on their phone? Maybe we can streamline this endeavor and designate somebody who's live here to just check if devotees that are coming up next in the line are available, and then I can just let you know who's coming up, and you can give me the thumbs up if they're there. Otherwise, we can move to the next. How about His Holiness Keshav Maharaj? Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj, is he online? Braj Mandal Parikrama. Oh, trying to get better reception. Well, for now, let's continue. We have our Vanaprastha Pravesh devotee. He's been a long time Shiksha disciple of Guru Maharaj, our very dear Jaigor Sundar Prabhu. If you would read your offering. I've had the great pleasure of knowing you for many years, and suitably, you are here just before the publication, we hope, of the Vanaprastha adventure book, and you are the leading the charge in this hidden ashram, revealing it. It's no longer hidden in your presence, so please, Prabhu, we invite you to read. Okay, but maybe you can offer a garland. Who is that? Yeah, but his connection was. And I would like to take this moment while Jagur Sundar Prabhu prepares to say that we have other wonderful writings in this book. We have an offering by His Holiness Satsvarup Maharaj. We have an article describing the developments of Krishna Balaram worship from the time Guru Maharaj received them, and so many beautiful pictures. So we would like everyone to have a chance to look at the book. And without further ado, Jai Gaur Sundar Prabhu.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले गुरुदास जयद्वैत स्वामिन् इति नामिने। Instead of word Srimate, Guru Maharaj wanted to substitute word Gurudas, a menial servant of his Guru, Srila Prabhupada. This is his humility. Second stanza of the Pranati for Guru Maharaj, Jayadata Abhidam Mande Vinitam Vyasa Sadgunam, describes his quality of editing Srila Prabhupada's books. And Srila Prabhupada's books are basis for spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. This indicates that Guru Maharaj is empowered by his Guru, Srila Prabhupada and Lord Krishna, to propagate the Sankirtan movement throughout the world. Since most of the human beings engrossed in a bodily concept of life, like cats and dogs, one has to come to the platform of human form of life. And in order to come up to the human form of life, one has to approach to Guru and surrender unto him. Tad vignartham sagurum Sri Gurum avi gacchati. When Guru will direct us to follow Lord Krishna's order, Sarva Dharman Paritejya Mamekam Saranam Vaja. Therefore, by the mercy of Sri Guru and Sri Krishna, we can achieve the success in spiritual life. Avoiding, provided we have unflinching faith in both of them, means Guru and Krishna, we can see the Supreme Personality of Godhead by revelation. Since both of them reside in our heart simultaneously, Krishna acts as the Chaitya Guru within and without as Sri Guru. Krishnadas Kaviraj says that all the good qualities become manifest in the body of a pure Vaishnava. And Kaviraj enumerates 26 good qualities of the pure Vaishnava. This is our philosophy in Krishna consciousness. Guru Maharaj has all these qualities as a pure Vaishnava. However, I would like to describe his most prominent qualities with some examples. 1. He offers respect to everyone. After taking sannyas from Satsvarup Das Goswami, my initiating Diksha Guru, whenever I pay obeisances to Guru Maharaj, considering him as sannyasi, he would pay obeisances to me, considering me as his god brother. So, I felt like a Sudama Vipra in comparison to Lord Krishna. Kvaham Daridra Papiyan, Kva Krishna Sri Niketan. Who am I, a sinful and useless Grihamedi? Whereas Guru Maharaj being an exalted sannyasi. This is his magnanimity. Second, he doesn't desire any respect from him for himself, feeling like Trinadapi Sunechena, lower than a blade of grass, and most tolerant than tree, just like Srila Prabhupada. Guru Maharaj never accepted anything for himself. I have observed that whenever he received any donation from the temple, after preaching program, he will put the check back into the hundi box of the same temple. One time after attending Rath Yatra in Washington, D.C., he came to our house very late, and our guest room was filled with some devotees. Yet he kept in, he slept in small corner of the room with ordinary person. This way, Guru Maharaj keeps his devotional life as simple as possible. Third thing is he is most merciful and very kind to us, especially me and my wife. He has been interested in our spiritual progress. He wanted us to go through proper varnashram system of Vedic culture. We have been grihastha, somewhat grihamedi also, for for long time. So when I heard that he was looking for some volunteers to accept Anaprasthasam, I therefore I volunteered to do that. Therefore, Guru Maharaj kindly gave us Manaprastha initiation in this holy dham of Mayapur on March 7, 2016 at noon time with fire sacrifice ceremony on Old Gurukul Gram, which was kindly arranged by Radhesh Prabhu. So we are officially the first Vanaprasthi in ISKCON due to Guru Maharaj's constant concern for us. He brought us to progress in Daivi Varnasam system and kindly gave us Vanaprasthasram. And I got spiritual title Gauravanachari. And I started wearing yellow garments to distinguish from Grihastha and Sannyasi. This is his mercy. He is friendly. When one engages himself sincerely in 9 processes of devotional service, Shranam, Kirtan, etc., of which Sakhyam is one of them, and our Guru Maharaj takes it seriously and puts it in practice. He is Suhrida Sarva Bhutanam, Sarva Dehinam. So Guru Maharaj has this prominent quality. He behaves like a perfect gentleman. His motto is straight thinking and strong preaching. Straightforward but strong, unbiased, and honest preaching. During our Vanaprastha initiation ceremony, Guru Maharaj made a very effective statement in that in any case, one should wind down material life until nothing is left, so that one will have to depend on Supreme Lord's mercy. Life is preparation and death is final examination. Antavata ime deha. The material body will die at any time. So we should develop a Vairagya Vidya, spiritual life of Krishna consciousness. This statement awakened me from sleeping in a long time in a dream in my family life. This was his special mercy on us. According to him, we had a special personal relationship existed long before bringing us to Vanaprastha stage. I'm sure that Guru Maharaj's instruction will enlighten us in a path of our spiritual life and improve our quality of devotional service. I'm very much indebted to Guru Maharaj. In attempt to compile this homage, I must first admit that I am a very unqualified person to glorify our Guru Maharaj's quality. My attempt to glorify Guru Maharaj can be compared to a person using small ghee lamp to show the sun. I pray to the Lord to grant him many happiness days so that his glories increase day by day. On this auspicious day of Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja, I bow down to his lotus feet and prayed to him for enthusiasm, determination, patience, and passion in my devotional service. Srila Guru Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you so much, Jai Gaur Sundar Prabhu. I would like to call upon Pradyumna Prabhu to unmute yourself, and following Pradyumna Prabhu, we'll have His Grace Madhupati Prabhu and then His Grace Rup Sanatan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasnaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jayadvaita Swamini. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. And all glories to this blessed day of your Vyasa Puja. And happy 75th birthday. Before I begin reading my offering, Guru Maharaj, I hope you like the book. I'm sure you will spend time looking at it and reading it. And I'm sure we look forward to hearing your feedback on the book also. But I just wanted to begin by thanking the publishing team that worked on the book. Nimai Dasi, Mani Manjari, Radesha Prabhu and Kalpalatika, who did the layout and design work. So I may have found someone for tributes. We'll see. Here is my offering. Recently, after an evening snack, we just sat at the table chatting. The guests that had joined us for the evening kirtan stayed for the prasad. They sat with us asking you questions, enjoying the conversation. I watched, listened, and appreciated. Whether it was about your personal health, a challenge in ISKCON, or something more enlivening like your writing or a philosophical question, I just admired your enthusiasm that filled and guided the conversation. No question troubled you, no ask was trivial. You were enthusiastic to answer them all, uplifting the conversation to what mattered most, the service of Srila Prabhupada, the mission of chanting Hare Krishna, and sticking closely to the teachings of Scripture. You're always generous with your association for whomever comes seeking it, leaving them with the experience of your deep realizations. You bring enthusiasm to all your service. Watching you in the morning, Puja is a lesson in meticulous, precise, and attentive devotional service. Holding Krishna Balaram with care, massaging, bathing, and drying them is accompanied with the intent whisper of Govindam Adi Purusham Tam Aham Bhajami. Nothing is rushed. You're fully present with Krishna, whether writing Krishna's name, bowing to offer the bhoga, or sitting erect, thread in hand, in meditation on the sacred Gayatri. You are enthusiasm for Murti Seva. Wherever you travel, your time for Srimad Bhagavatam is celebrated in the famous line, Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya. Morning class, personal reading, and then no matter the time zone, connecting with the US Sangha group for more reading, speaking and encouraging. It is nothing but Bibita Bhagavatam Rasamalayam. In the car or on the train, the companionship of the Bhagavatam is always evident. Equally, your love for Bhagavad Gita and Chaitanya Charitamrita follows with constant reference to and sharing their glories. You are enthusiasm for Bhagavad Shravana. Association of devotees is very dear to you. You have given us an affectionate mandate. Please serve my god brothers and sisters. Once at London Heathrow, while waiting in line to checking in, I noticed a devotee ahead in the same line. Guru Maharaj, it's Jagat Purush Prabhu. I then watched you pace over to him, smiling while speaking with him. When you came back, still beaming your ecstatic smile, you said, I have association. You continued to smile, happy to have found a devotee on the same flight. You are enthusiasm for sadhu sangha. Nimai once asked you for blessings to go on pilgrimage. Guru Maharaj, she said, we've just booked tickets to go to Vrindavan. We're taking the children for the first time. Please offer us your blessings. You replied, blessings? You've already bought the tickets. We all smiled. I thought of correcting the request and asked, Guru Maharaj, your blessings to enter the Dham. To enter, you said? You don't need to buy a ticket. A perfect lesson in how to approach the Dham. And you exemplify this consciousness in your stay in the Dham. You remind us of Srila Prabhupada's words that everything is within the walls of Krishna Balaram Mandir. And when in the Dham, you ensure we stay focused by asking us, what is your service? While inviting us to be absorbed in hearing and chanting. Whether in Vrindavan or Mayapur, you commit to spend the best of all months in the best of all places. It is here that we celebrate the best of all days, your Vyasa Puja. You are enthusiasm for Mathura Vas. Lord Chaitanya confirmed to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya that the most important form of devotional service is the chanting of the holy names of Krishna. Every time you ask, how's your chanting? It's a reminder of the importance of this devotional practice. Hearing your early morning japa is a lesson in the attention we need to give to the holy name. You embody firm faith that chanting Hare Krishna is the prime benediction for all humanity. You have said, 16 offenseless, nice rounds. Recently you described how you were chanting in Krishna Balaram Mandir and saw a devotee, japa beads in the right hand, phone in the left. After watching for a while, you then sat next to him, redirecting his attention back to the holy name. Everything else can wait, you said. Chanting with this meditation, that you sit next to me, certainly creates attention, reverence, and the phone goes down. Your dedication to the holy name has been shown in your service to raising standards. You dedicated such valuable time researching Srila Prabhupada's standards, and now we have the Srila Prabhupada's Kirtan Standards book. Not just a book that we have to sell, you said. We have a mission here, Srila Prabhupada's mission of Kirtan. All glorious your divine grace for purely representing the chanting of the holy names of Krishna. You are enthusiasm for Nama Kirtan. And so we pray 3 times a day. Let us try to understand my spiritual master, who is always blissful in Krishna consciousness. Let me meditate on being enthused as he enthuses us. Jai Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasnaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jai Advaita Swami Namane. Hare Krishna.
Well, Madhupati Prabhu offers his garland. I also wanted to extend some gratitude to our techie team, Pavan Gopal Prabhu. This is absolutely incredible. I know there are those of you who are not physically present with us, and yet you wouldn't know it. Larger than life, we see you very clearly. Pradyumna Prabhu, not only hear you, but we see you. And there's a projector screen for those of you on Zoom who, or maybe the cameras could turn and show it, but it's quite wonderful. Those on Zoom making their offerings are completely visible. It's quite wonderful. So thank you. And now we'll have Madhupati Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Gurudas Jaya Devotee Swaminiti Namine. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories unto you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can obtain pure devotional service. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 7th canto, 5th chapter, 32nd verse, Prahlad Maharaj instructed Hiranyakashipu, Naishamati tavad urakramangrim sprishati anartapagamo yadartha mahiyasham padarajo abhishekam niskinchana nam na vrinite yavat. Okay. Unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaishnava, completely freed from material contamination, persons very much inclined towards materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord, in this way can one be freed from material contamination. May I fathom the greatness of your causeless mercy and take shelter of your lotus feet with all my heart to get freed from material contamination and develop taste for Krishna consciousness. By the grace one can cross over the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. The dust of your lotus feet is in your nectarian instructions. Let me hold on to each word of your nectarian instructions to cross this ocean of blazing material life. Let those words be the very foundation of my spiritual life. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from your mouth. This year I was able to spend more time in managing your schedule, being with you a little bit more, assisting in the kirtan standard books in an insignificant way. May I develop attachment in serving you day and night. O Master, please be merciful unto me and give me the shade of your lotus feet. Your insignificant servant, Madhupati Das.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Rup Sanatan Prabhu, if you're available.
Krishna. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hare Krishna? Yes, no? Yes. Yeah. Okay, good. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. One of the fascinating and at times disturbing features of working with language is witnessing or discovering the shifts in meaning that words undergo over time. One sad example of this is the word condescension. What is now used to denote an attitude of patronizing superiority or haughty conceit used to signify a certain willingness to treat kindly those of lower status. It used to imply a certain humility and an ability to sensitively interact with and understand inferiors. To such a degree that one could say, for instance, that such and such exalted personality had a beautiful condescension. That is, a graciousness of demeanor while descending to the level of others to express empathy, benevolence, compassion, accessibility, and nobility of character. In other words, a beautiful condescension would ease any sense of intimidation that inferiors might feel because of hierarchical differences. And here we encounter another unfortunate example of semantic decay, the word hierarchy. Nowadays, this word always seems to invoke a sense of oppression perhaps even tyranny. Although the word originally meant holy order or sacred rule, its positive aspects have been largely eroded by a diminishing sense of the sacred and the rise of individualism and egalitarianism. All of this seems at odds with Krishna consciousness, particularly in relation to the Guru, who is placed higher not only because Shastra says so, or because he's God's envoy, an intermediary between the infinite and the infinitesimal, but also because of his superior knowledge, understanding, and devotion and love for Sri Krishna. Alexander Pope artfully conveyed the idea of a hierarchical structure from the most powerful entity to the smallest creature in an essay on man. Quote, "Vast chain of being, which from God began, nature's ethereal, human angel, man, beast, bird, fish, insect, what no eye can see, no glass can reach, from infinite to thee, from thee to nothing." End of quote. This hierarchical view, connecting all creatures, great and small, to each other and to God under his cosmic rule, echoes in part Sri Brahma Samhita. Yastvindra gopam atavindram aho sakarma bandhanu rupa palabhajanam atanoti karmani nirdahati kintu cha bhakti bhajan govindam adi purusham tam aham bhajami. I adore the primeval Lord, Govinda, who burns to the root all the fruitive activities of those imbued with devotion, for those who walk the path of work, no less for Indra, king of the demigods, than for the tiny insect Indragopa. He impartially ordains the due enjoyments of the fruits of activities in accordance with the chain of works previously performed. End of quote. In the everyday sense of spiritual connections, though, hierarchy is reflected in the Guru's advancement over his disciples, typically in age, ashram, and service record, not to mention patience, perseverance, renunciation, richness of insight, and a profound generosity of spirit toward the unfortunate or less advanced. These differences are real. These positions in a holy order, which from God began, are real. Otherwise, what would it mean for one to be a guru and another a disciple? If hierarchy were illusory, so would be any relationship between superior and inferior. And if the sense of greater or lesser proximity to the Supreme were dissolved, the very idea of the Supreme would fall, not in reality, but in our conception. Guru Maharaj, your knowledge, understanding, devotion, and love for Sri Krishna are superior to ours. Even so, as Sri Krishna's representative, you display a beautiful condescension in guiding us closer to him. Your guidance is essential for our progress in Krishna consciousness. As Srila Prabhupada says, quote, "Service in Krishna consciousness is, however, best practiced under the able guidance of a spiritual master who is a bona fide representative of Krishna, who knows the nature of the student and who can guide him to act in Krishna consciousness. As such, to be well versed in Krishna consciousness, one has to act firmly and obey the representative of Krishna, and one should accept the instruction of the bona fide spiritual master as one's mission in life." End quote. On this bright, holy day, I pray for the strength and intelligence to properly reciprocate your beautiful condescension with beautiful deference. May I fully understand how divine grace, which from God began, descends from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, to Lord Brahma, to our predecessor Acharyas, to you, and from you to me. Ever seeking your blessings, the humble servant Rupa Sanatan Das. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Rup Sanatan Prabhu. I was discussing with Nimai Mata, we're talking about our offerings, and I said that she drew the short straw in our initiation line because she has to follow the poetic brilliance of Rup Sanatan Prabhu. So thank you so much for this wonderful offering. Next we'll hear from Nimai Mataji, and then we have Mukundangri Prabhu, and then here live in person we have Mahaprasad Govinda Prabhu and Mani Manjari Mata. So Nimai Mata, I say you drew the short straw, but actually every position in this lineup of making offerings to our spiritual master is a wonderful position. I'm so grateful to be in all of your company. So when you're ready.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Gurudas Jairveta Swami Nityanamani Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurum Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Dearest Guru Maharaj, happy 75th birthday. I consider myself very fortunate to be able to spend time with your god sister, Sarva Mangala Devidasi. Over the years, it has been especially instructive to witness the deep service mood of this wonderful Vaishnavi. How much affection and attachment she has for her own spiritual master and the importance she places on that relationship. One day we were in the garden picking wildflowers for the deities. I told her how I admired how her relationship with Srila Prabhupada continues to blossom over half a century since she first met His Divine Grace. Carefully holding the delicate wildflowers in her hand, Sarva turned to me and said, "You live in your father's house and you do what your father tells you to do." I've been meditating on those words ever since, trying to apply them to my own relationship with you. You are my father, and you have kindly allowed and encouraged me to serve in this beautiful house. I am honored to be living and serving under your care, and I'm fully protected by your mood of dedication and authenticity to Srila Prabhupada. You continue to teach us how to live in this house with respect, chastity, and reverence to Srila Prabhupada's instructions. And just as the architect meticulously supports each pillar with bricks, tapping them into place with his tools, you continue to strengthen us, tapping us into place. Tap, tap, carefully watching and supporting our progress. You remind us how even the tiniest angle out can lead us to stray from the directions we have been so fortunate to receive. Inside my father's beautiful house, I am nourished, fulfilled with nurture and care. This house is open, where we are allowed to freely share our thoughts, feelings, and realizations. This house is clean, because you teach us how to dust away pretentiousness and inauspiciousness. This house is weatherproof, able to bear the brunt of storms by the strength of the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. And this house is full of love, in which you have accepted us to serve Krishna and Srila Prabhupada under your shelter in our own individual ways. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. I consider myself to be the most fortunate recipient of your mercy to live under your shelter in this house marked Jazz. May I always realize the honor of being yours and continue to try to serve in the way that you have requested me to do so. Always yours.
Thank you so much, Nimai. Mukundangri Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. A happy 75th birthday. Thank you to the God family and all the disciples and grand disciples who've organized everything for you there and giving us the opportunity to present this offering to you. I titled this offering Blessings, Sincerity, and Spiritual Strength. Om Gyan Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Shakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. O Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Gurudas Jayadvaita Swami Niti Namine. I was recently in a class where the question was raised, what is a blessing? A few devotees ventured an answer. One devotee said, a blessing is a benediction. Another exclaimed, a blessing is a get out of jail card, followed by curious stares and laughter from the audience. When you look up the word blessing, the Oxford Dictionary defines it as, quote, God's favor and protection. When I contemplate this question in relation to whom we most frequently ask blessings from, namely the devotees, and in particular the spiritual master, it occurs to me that the act of praying for blessings is an implicit acknowledgement of being in a position of need. To sincerely pray for a blessing is to be in a natural state of surrender. It is the recognition that on our own strength, on our own intelligence alone, we cannot prevail. And so, to pray for blessings is really to pray for the ability to overcome things that we ourselves do not have the strength to overcome. Srila Prabhupada writes, quote, Lord Nityananda, who is Balaram himself, the first direct manifestation or expansion of Krishna, is the original spiritual master, close quote. Adi Lila 144. As the representative of Adi Guru, Sri Balaram, the spiritual master is the source of our spiritual strength. Therefore, just as with every waking day, today especially on your auspicious appearance, I sincerely pray for your blessings for spiritual strength. In a morning walk in Perth on the 14th of May 1975, Srila Prabhupada made the point, spiritual strength means sincerity, and sincerity means spiritual strength. I feel like it is here, the interface where the blessings meet with sincerity, where the full potential of spiritual wisdom, protection, and strength are realized. To this end, Sri Narada Muni, in his instructions to Maharaj Yudhisthira in the 7th canto of Bhagavatam, emphasized the idea of Achyuta Balaha, transcendental spiritual strength. Prabhupada gives a beautiful explanation of this principle. He says, a significant word here is Achyuta Bala. The spiritual master is certainly very merciful to his disciples, and consequently, by satisfying him, a devotee gets strength from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore says, Guru Krishna Prasade Paya Bhakti Lata Bij. One must first please the spiritual master, and then one automatically pleases Krishna and gets the strength with which to cross the ocean of nescience. If one sincerely desires to return home back to Godhead, one must therefore become strong enough by pleasing the spiritual master, for thus one gets the weapon with which to conquer the enemy, and one also gets the grace of Krishna. Simply getting the weapon of Gyan is insufficient. One must sharpen the weapon by serving the spiritual master and adhering to his instructions. Then the candidate will get the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This brings me to my final meditation on this. It's Monday, the 15th of April, 2013. It's Ramanuja Acharya's appearance day. The day before, you decided to initiate me. In the initiation class that day, and also days preceding, you made the point, quote, It's not enough to be initiated. The disciple must also want to get out of material existence. The amazing thing about meditations is that the longer you sit with them, the more spiritual depth and realization they spark. When I take these words today, they simply mean the blessings have been bestowed, and we must meet these blessings with genuine sincerity. The greatest way to exhibit our gratitude to you for your blessings is our sincerity in every pursuit and endeavor, to live lives that represent you. And the keystone characteristic that gives strength to all other values is to be Guru Das, a sincere servant of our spiritual master, just as you are to your spiritual master. We are forever grateful to you, Guru Maharaj. Your sincere servants, Mukundangri Das, Kalpalatika Devidasi, and Amarni Maidas. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mukundangri Prabhu. While Mahaprasad Prabhu goes up to offer his garland, I wanted to welcome, I know, Guru Maharaj, you can't see everybody that's on the online attendee list, but I wanted to let you know Prashun Prabhu is there. And also, this morning, Nimai Mata actually, on BBC Radio, Pause for Thought, she addressed about 7 million listeners with a birthday offering to you, Guru Maharaj, and some other thoughts. So the recording will be shared with you later. So beyond our little Sangha, 7 million more viewers got to hear something. Next up, we'll have Mahaprasad Govinda Prabhu, then Mani Manjari Mata, and then Lakshmana Devi, if you're online, just so you can be ready.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnana Shalakaya Chakshur Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jayadvaita Swami Niti Namini. Our dear Guru Maharaj, the auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja ceremony is one of our most important days of celebration of the year. Srila Vyasadeva, who is a Shaktivish avatar of Lord Vishnu, appeared on the full moon day of the month of Ashtada. This auspicious appearance day of Srila Vyasadeva, known as Shri Vyasa Puja, is celebrated with great honor and reverence, and it is renowned as one of the most auspicious days. As it is a tradition, we are also jubilant to celebrate your auspicious appearance day annually with great honor, gratitude, and reverence as one of the most auspicious days of the year. Because on this day, your appearance, a great fortune has arisen for the benefit of mankind and the whole world and upliftment of all sincere Vaishnavas. Guru Maharaj, it is due to your unlimited kindness as a spiritual master that you have accepted me as a disciple and shelter me, guide me, and allow me to be aware of my shortcomings and pave the way for me to be sheltered under the lotus feet of the divine couple. In Sri Mukta Charita, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami describes that the spiritual master has given unlimited mercy in so many different ways. He describes that the spiritual master has given the highest and the most sacred sound in the form of the holy name of Shri Krishna. He has given us the sublime services to serve our Savior Kali Yuga Pavana Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. He has also revealed the super excellent pastimes and the associates, sacred places of the divine couple Shri Shri Radha and Govinda. He has ultimately given us the transcendental vision that one day we can offer a direct service under the shelter of Shri Shri Radha and Madhav. Sri Raghunath Das Goswami then concludes that since all these assurances have been given to us by our spiritual master, we bow down to his lotus feet with all our respects and reverence. It is, however, essential for me to understand the true meaning and the significance of Shri Vyasa Puja. I understand the real worship of our spiritual master is not by merely offering a gorgeous flower garland, offering rose petals, flowers, offering some kind of dakshina or sweets or cloth. I understand that the real celebration of Vyasa Puja is fulfilled by offering oneself as a surrendered soul at the lotus feet of the spiritual master and assist him in his transcendental missions. I understand my surrender to you is fulfilled when I surrender my independence at your lotus feet with mood of submission and humility. If I come to a point of surrender with this mood, then all my worship to you on this most auspicious day, Shri Vyasa Puja, becomes meaningful. Only with this type of mood, my worship on this day becomes purposeful with great relevance. In this way, all the gorgeous flower garlands, the offering of rose petal flowers, the offering of some kind of dakshina, sweets or cloth, all become not just symbolic acts to instruct the general public, but the real worship of the spiritual master. With this meditation, I long to be fully absorbed in celebrating this auspicious Vyasa Puja that is to be performed with mood of selfless surrender at your divine lotus feet. I understand Shri Krishna is the original bhakti, and Shri Guru is his incarnation or a manifestation representing him in this world. Therefore, unless selflessly serve you with submission and gratitude, I will not be able to attain Shri Krishna Bhakti, even if I make so much endeavor. This humble and attentive listening of your instructions will certainly give rise to my self-realization. As you instructed us in your book, Vanity Karma, page 204, for any wisdom to work, we need both the speaker with a wise tongue and the listener with an open ear. You say the wise man need not shout. His wisdom has a force of its own. But that force brightens the mind only of a person willing to hear humbly and submissively. Therefore, the meeting of a wise speaker and a humble, attentive listener will give rise to a clear understanding. Hence, on this auspicious appearance of your divine grace, we pray to you and our entire Guru Parampara that they sprinkle their mercy upon us to lovingly serve you with humility and thereby serve the Lordships eternally. Please continue to grant us loving services so that we can remain humble and make rapid progress in our spiritual endeavors. Hare Krishna. From your loving servant, Maha Prasad Govinda Das. Hare Krishna.
If I could call up Mani Manjari Mata and then Lakshmana Mata if you're online. And then after Lakshmana Mata, Mukund Charan Prabhu and I agreed we always put Panchatattva Prabhu ahead of us. There are two types of disciples, those who are formally initiated and Shiksha disciples. And in my experience, our dear Panchatattva Prabhu is not only far senior, but his dedication and devotion to Guru Maharaj is exemplary and worthy of putting ahead of ourselves. So we eagerly look forward to hearing your offering after Lakshmana Mata. And then we'll have a brief recess. Oh, if we could put you on hold for one moment. Apparently Keshav Maharaj has better connection. So while that lasts, we would like to hear from you, Maharaj. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hare Krishna, Radha Prabhu. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Okay, I won't put my video on just to keep the good connection. Apologies for any background sounds. I'm actually on Brajamandal Parikrama by Srila Prabhupada's grace, and really didn't want to miss this opportunity. Dear Devotee Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, Omagyanatimirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I'd like to take this opportunity just to read a short offering that I made. There are so many things that I'd like to share about how you've touched my life and empowered and encouraged and enlivened and educated me in so many ways. But these are some humble words. The following words of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur remind me of you. Quote, I don't read the book, I read the author. I first check whether the author is authentic. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur trained me in proofreading, so I always look for what is right or wrong. But I am not a proofreader of the press only. I am a proofreader of the world. I proofread men. I proofread religions. I dissect their faults and try to correct them. Dear Srila Jadvaita Maharaj, you are undoubtedly a proofreader of men. You have dedicated your life to exposing the fallacies of the materialistic paradigm. Your razor-sharp words deliver the conclusions of Krishna consciousness with maximum impact and illuminating clarity. Your decades of experience empower you to flag up unhelpful attitudes, dangerous trends, false assumptions, and potential pitfalls. You are one step ahead of the game, seeing that which many of us may miss. Your presence reveals the degree of genuine sincerity, selflessness, and sacrifice in my spiritual life. You help me to see where I'm really at. We see you as a shining example of complete dedication to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for proofreading our devotion in a kind and compassionate yet uncompromising spirit. May we fully align ourselves with Srila Prabhupada's teachings as you have. And may we become fully dedicated to our Guru Maharaj, just as he fully dedicated himself to you. Your servant, S.B. Keshava Swami. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for jumping on and reading your offering.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jayadvaita Swami Niti Namine. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. Hello? Okay, can you hear me? That's better. Okay. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to this most auspicious of days, your divine 75th appearance. Guru Maharaj, you appeared shortly after the end of the Second World War, a heightened period of loss and uncertainty for many in the material world. Yet there was a sense of hope and courage to rebuild some sense of normalcy. Much has been built, restored, and regenerated. Housing, economy, technology, and the rise of internet and social media. A new way of life has emerged in the years since you appeared. Yet you do not need to be part of this ever-changing world. Your mission is to awake the conditioned souls. This life is temporary, as is happiness and distress. There is a way out. Reminding us there is no certainty in this material world, war will happen again. Srila Prabhupada states in the verse below, Tatikshava Karunika, Suryada Sarva Dehinam, Agyata Satrava Santa Sadvaya Sadhu Bhushana. The symptoms of the sadhu are that he is tolerant, merciful, and friendly to all living beings. A sadhu is a devotee of the Lord. His concern, therefore, is to enlighten people in devotional service to the Lord. That is his mercy. He knows that without devotional service to the Lord, human life is spoiled. A devotee travels all over the country from door to door preaching, "Be Krishna conscious, be a devotee of Lord Krishna. Don't spoil your life in simply fulfilling your animal propensities." Human life is meant for self-realization or Krishna consciousness. Shortly after your appearance, Srila Prabhupada left the comfort of his homeland and showered the conditioned souls with his compassion, a chance to rekindle their path of bhakti. He took so many inconveniences to do so at the risk of his health and well-being in order to diligently follow his spiritual master's instructions. Guru Maharaj, your life has been dedicated to following the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, going from country to country, freely distributing Lord Chaitanya's mercy. You are the embodiment of Karunika, compassion, urging us individually to advance in the path towards Krishna. You do this with perfect instructions and kindness, not wavering from the words of Guru. You do not prejudice or deny anyone to take up bhakti. Rather, you shower your compassion, seeing a spark in us all to contribute to this mission. For this I am very grateful. Had your mercy and kindness not be shown upon me, I would still be lost, spoiling my life with animal propensities. By this milestone of an age, people begin to slow and take stock of their lives. Rather, you are more active than before. A sadhu is not satisfied with his own liberation. He always thinks about others. You move effortlessly from country to country, utilizing all resources to preach, reminding us not to spoil and waste our human form of life. This is not a time for you to stop and slow down, rather a time to find new ways of giving your mercy and compassion, upholding instructions on kirtan standards, without which, how would we actually gain the mercy of the holy name? Encouraging our devotees who have reached Vanaprastha age to enter this ashram, reminding us that this is the time to detach and make rapid progress at the end of our lives. You request us to not stagnate now our household duties have finished. This is your compassion towards us to get out of this material world in this life, as there is no guarantee of it in future lives. This is real Karunika, compassion, encouraging us to become devotees of the Lord, to surrender and not waste this jewel of an opportunity. Guru Maharaj, I'm blessed to be a recipient of your compassion, and I pray I can continue to serve you in this mission. I remain your humble servant and daughter, Mani Manjari Devidasi.
Thank you so much, Mani Manjari Mata. Lakshmana Mata, are you available? All right. If you become available, we'd love to hear from you. In the meantime, we were just at Bhaktivinoda Thakur Bari over in Godruma Dweep, and we're hearing from you, Guru Maharaj, about the nature of the disciplic succession and his relationship with Srila Jagannath Das Babaji. And so in that line, forgive me for embarrassing you, Panchatattva Prabhu, but in that respect, Panchatattva Prabhu has been a long time dedicated Shishya and disciple of Guru Maharaj. So we'd love to hear from you, Panchatattva Prabhu, if you could unmute yourself.
Hare Krishna. Anyway, I don't know why you say these things about me. Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jayadvaita Swaminiti Namine. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, texts 68 and 69, Lord Krishna says, Yaidam paramanguyam, adbhakteshva vidhasyati, bhakti mai pram kritva mam ivaisyatya sangshayaha, nacha tasman manusheshu, kaschin me priya kritama, vitana cha me tasmad anya priyataro bhuvi. For one who explains this supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. I've always read these verses in relation to my situation as an aspiring devotee who hopes one day to become pure. But when I read them thinking about you, I see their meaning fulfilled in every respect. You are this exemplary devotee who knows and explains the supreme secret to Krishna's devotees as well as to any sincere inquirer. Here's some evidence from my personal experience. Many years ago, at a Krishna Janmashtami celebration in New Ramanreti Dham, Alachua, Florida, I was walking across the temple grounds in the hustle and bustle of the crowd when I saw you sitting on a folding chair in front of a group of visitors. I believe they were members of a Neo-Mayavadi group from the local, ostentatiously named Temple of the Universe. You were fielding their challenges with great relish. I remember thinking how marvelous it was that you took the time to speak with them. I'm sure there were doubters in the group who would be unmoved, but you nevertheless gave them all a chance to hear about Krishna. Over the years at New York Rath Yatras, anyone looking for you would almost certainly find you in the questions and answers tent, where a lively discussion could be heard, with you helping newcomers understand what the truly important questions are, and that Krishna consciousness is the answer. And also where, if someone thought they could stump the Swami, they would inevitably be defeated. Yoganananda remembers an incident from the early 1980s before I met her. The devotees had moved to the Skirmahorn Street Temple in Brooklyn, New York. On the sidewalk just outside the temple, you were sitting with a kirtan party on a madras cloth. A black man rode up on his bicycle and complained that he had not seen any pictures of black Hare Krishnas in a Back to Godhead magazine. We did have black devotees back then, of course. You replied, "Why don't you come join us? You can be the first black person in our magazine." The man was quiet after that. Last year, you spoke at the Krishna House, a long-running project for student outreach at the University of Florida. After your talk, the guests were moving here and there when you looked at me and asked, "Should we go now?" I don't recall my answer, but then you said, "We can stay a little longer. We live for this." Within a few minutes, a gaggle of students surrounded you and peppered you with questions. I saw you in your element. One student asked, "What about taking mushrooms?" A reference to psychedelic drugs, and you made a humorous aside about the 1960s and explained why drugs wouldn't help her in spiritual life. During your stays at our home, I've watched you reach out to all kinds of devotees, including those whose service one could say is lapsed or sidetracked. You have affection for anyone who at any time has rendered devotional service. Compassion you have, but you've never been a pushover when it comes to defending the philosophy and the Guru Parampara. Decades ago, during the short-lived Ritvik surge in New Ramanreti Dham, you were giving Srimad Bhagavatam class when a habitually challenging devotee raised his hand and said sarcastically, "I hope you don't mind that I ask this question." To which you replied, "That's all right. I can take it, and I can also dish it out." The temple room erupted with laughter because they knew he had met his match. You're very kind and protective, and you look out for your disciples. Once, some years back, for some reason or other, someone asked me to give Srimad Bhagavatam class at Krishna Balaram Mandir in Vrindavan. I looked out on the devotees and saw you sitting there, much to my embarrassment. But mentally taking your permission, I proceeded. It was Bhishmashtami, and the subject matter was the glories of Bhishmadev, one of the 12 Mahajans. I gathered my courage and spoke, and at the end of the class, one devotee who was inclined to pose trick questions to stump the speaker made his move. Yoganananda saw you frown and swears that you said under your breath, I knew he was going to do that. I answered as best I could, and you smiled afterwards. Returning to the Bhagavad Gita a few verses later in chapter 18, text 72, Krishna asks Arjuna if he has fully comprehended his teachings. Kachid etat shrutam partha, payakagrena chetasa, kachid ajnana samoha, pranashtaste dhananjaya. O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind? And are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled? Srila Prabhupada writes in the purport that Krishna was ready to re-explain any point or the whole Bhagavad Gita if so required. This, for me, is your most glorious quality, your determination to dispel the doubts and illusions of anyone who approaches you. In the mood of the Supreme Lord and the previous acharyas, you continue to instruct us, in spite of our tendencies to misunderstand or inadequately apply your teachings. You're like a transcendental physician, ever confident that we will recover our original spiritual health if we take to the process of devotional service completely. Srila Prabhupada writes in Easy Journey to Other Planets, quote, immortality is obtained only by those who return to Godhead by practice of anti-material activities. What are these anti-material activities? They are medicines. For example, when a man falls ill, he goes to a physician who prescribes medicines, which eventually cure the suffering patient. Similarly, the materialist is ailing, and he should consult an expert transcendentalist physician. What is his ailment? He's suffering the tribulations of repeated births, deaths, diseases, and old age. Once he agrees to put himself under the back to Godhead treatment, he's able to transfer himself to the anti-material world where there is eternal life instead of birth and death. Dear Gurudev, your expertise in spiritual diagnosis is now being expressed in 2 prescriptive books, Srila Prabhupada's Kirtan Standards and the Vanaprastha Adventure. By examining the patient, you've advised 2 treatment plans for ISKCON to create health and prevent dwindling. Even now, devotees are coming to understand the healing value of the newly released Kirtan Standards book. And for those of us who are older, as well as those who would be wise to plan for the future, the Vanaprastha Adventure will be the right medicine. Thank you for engaging us in service and tolerating our many faults. And thank you for pointing out those faults and setting us straight. Above all, thank you for administering the Back to Godhead treatment to us all. Your servants, Panchatattva Das and Yoganananda Dasi.
I would like to call up Mukunda Charan Prabhu next to make your offering. You can offer a garland. And then, okay, no intermission. Oh no, no problem. Dear Guru Maharaj, when I began hoping for initiation from you, one of your godbrothers remarked that you are just like Lord Shiva. He said, he's easy to please, just don't make him angry. Ashutosha and Rudra. Frankly, that comment made me feel a little uneasy, because I couldn't tell if the comparison was meant to glorify you, or to subtly make fun, or perhaps even to warn me. After all, some others had already overtly warned me of your anger, sharing stories of their past chastisements from you. I must also admit that
For the sake of studying your personality, early on I had even taken to the internet to read up on what people had to say about you, foolish and dangerous as that method was. And yet to me, oddly enough, all that this amounted to was more and more evidence of your qualification as guru. Amazingly, even in the pits of the internet, even the critical anecdotes, and even the attempts at defamation, unwittingly glorified you by revealing the truths and values you support. Whatever the context, Ritvik initiations or kirtan gimmicks, sadhu ninda, your anger always checked out. Of course, anecdotes are unreliable in the first place, and internet forums filled with fault finding should be avoided like the plague. But I find it remarkable that every instance of your anger that I encountered, whether personally or secondhand, turned out to strengthen my trust, both in the intention and the application of your anger. Here I could try to complement things by speaking of your soft-heartedness. After all, that is your truly predominant quality, soft-heartedness, not anger. But I also don't want to suggest that such a clarification is necessary. I don't want to obscure the point that your anger is no less than your softness. Krishna-conscious harshness and gentleness are the same kindness and the same humility. As your guru wrote, humility means that one should not be anxious to have the satisfaction of being honored by others. And your godbrother Bhakti-Vikas Swami wrote of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's teaching that Hari Bhajan is not possible unless one behaves angrily toward persons envious of Hari Guru Vaishnavas. Hari Guru and Vaishnavas. Similarly, those who perpetually serve the truth with all their faculties and who have no hankering for the trivialities of this world are necessarily always free from malice born of competing worldliness. Thus they are fit to admonish those who are actively engaged in harming themselves and others. Specifically as a disciple, chastisement will help me, as put by Chanakya Pandit and also quoted by you after my initiation. Pampering a subordinate will increase his faults, and chastising him will increase his good qualities. So a teacher should chastise a student, and a father should chastise a child, and not pamper them unduly. I must readily accept chastisement and strive to please you. As quoted in the Hari Bhakti Vilas, if Krishna is angry at a devotee, his guru can save him. But if a disciple angers his guru, nobody can rescue him. Therefore, with all effort, strive to please your guru. Without pleasing you, I have no hope. Yasya prasadam nagati katopi. But you are also ashutosha. You are easily pleased. You are not asking much at all. You ask that I follow 4 regulative principles, and you ask that I chant at least 16 rounds daily, trying to hear myself chant sincerely. And you ask that I share this with others. You only ask that I follow the simple and blissful process of Krishna consciousness. You only ask that I become attracted to Krishna, the all-attractive. You are so easily satisfied, you don't ask for much, and I have already accepted your terms. I have so much to be hopeful for. Only the most crazy and haunted person would fail to take this up and to stick to it. Haunted I have been since time immemorial, but the Vaishnavas are reforming me. Srila Prabhupada wrote of the greatest Vaishnava, Lord Shiva takes charge of reforming persons who are ghosts and demons, not to speak of others who are godly. Therefore he is the spiritual master of everyone, both the dull and demoniac and the highly learned Vaishnavas. Guru Maharaj, you are the spiritual master of many great devotees, and I thank you for also being my own spiritual master. Since my initiation, I have come to appreciate your godbrother's remark about you and Lord Shiva as a sweet reminder of a few of your qualities, a few facets of your mercy, heavy-handed as this offering may be. From Srimad Bhagavatam, all the demigods and their exalted qualities, such as religion, knowledge, and renunciation, become manifest in the body of one who has developed unalloyed devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva. Such verses glorify you. Your hobgoblin follower, Mukunda Charana Das.
Next, we'll hear from me, and then Shamananda Prabhu, and then we'll take a quick recess. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jayadvaita Swaminiti Namine. I had a quick little memory of a house program. Well, not really. Yeah, I guess you could call it a house program. It was a program for Guru Coolies in Alachua, and when Panchatattva Prabhu was talking about programs in Alachua, I thought of this one, and your godbrother Yogeshvara was visiting. And he put a question out to all the Guru Coolies. He said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And one of them said, "Dentist." And then there was a pause, and so I raised my hand and I said, "Sannyas." And he nodded, and still there was a pause, and so I said, "And then cowherd boy." And he said, "Wow, 2-step program." And he turned to you to see what you thought of it, and you shrugged and said, "Good." And then after we went through a few more people, he turned to you and he said, "How about you, Marge? What would you like to be when you grow up?" And you said, "Intelligent." And then you said, because Srila Prabhupada had told you in one chastisement, you won't be intelligent in 100 years. So you were saying when you grow up, you'd like to be intelligent. And then you said, "Then maybe I'll join Radheya in Cowherd Boy Land." And so that was the perfection of my life. But until that time, here's my offering. Kohelet declares, "Better the house of mourning." You addressed this point saying, "If you're addicted to sense gratification," but then you paused, so I supplied, "Don't go to Keshi Ghat." You instantly recalled the words of Kohelet and combined them with the reference to Srila Rupa Goswami's verse. You said, "Don't go to the burning ghat and don't go to Keshi Ghat. Wisdom meets wisdom." Both are necessary to become disgusted with mundane affairs and to be enamored with Krishna. My access to Krishna lies in serving you. I once ushered you away from a wooden chair upon which you had started to doze off. "Maharaj, this doesn't look so nice for your back," I said. "There's a better location." You quipped, "That's our philosophy." But where is that location? My GPS fails me, and no amount of money can purchase a ticket, even if I had the address. So I beg of you, my dear spiritual master, allow me to take hold of your lotus feet. Adherence to your instructions is the path to Krishna Prema. From Antyalila, without love of Godhead, my life is useless. Therefore I pray that you accept me as your servant and give me the salary of ecstatic love of God. For me, however, there is no better location than by your side, a pace behind, rendering service, menial service. There's a palace in the Holy Land, the home of brothers too, and just outside, a walking path, a path I've walked with you. Perfection in each step obtained by living entities large and small. But when I stand beside you, I'm the smallest of them all. Praying to be your servant, the servant of your servants, and the servant of Govardhan, your mouse of a disciple, Radhesha Das. And now my dear god brother, Shamananda Prabhu, who came all the way to Hawaii to be initiated behind the temple. we look forward to hearing from you. Hare Krishna.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jaya Dvaita Swami Niti Namine. Dear Guru Maharaj, although I've had less of your personal association this year, I've often reflected on the times I've been blessed to serve you. One of the most significant lessons you've imparted is the importance of simply following. You would often say, just follow. In the past, I sometimes relied on my own intelligence to innovate while serving you, thinking that this might be more pleasing to you. Yet, what you desired most was that I follow instructions exactly, without trying to change or adjust them. I also found that at times I would neglect what I thought were small details, focusing instead on what seemed more important to me. However, I came to realize that you often looked for those very details I overlooked, and it was the simplicity and attention to small things that pleased you most. I remember how you would guide the mridanga players to follow the singer, reminding them that the mridanga should always be secondary to the holy name, never overpowering it. This too was part of your teaching on following, to not try to become center stage by playing fancy mantras or playing faster than the singer, but rather to just humbly follow the singer. You often quoted Srila Prabhupada's simple thing, just follow. Your life embodies the simplicity in every way. And you've spent so much time and effort in maintaining the standards or preserving Srila Prabhupada's standards as more and more innovations and deviations occur. As my own life becomes more complex with responsibilities of the Grihastha ashram, I am reminded more and more of the need to embrace simplicity. I realize the value of focusing on following and not overcomplicating my actions or becoming distracted by external matters. I humbly beg for your mercy so I may continue to follow your instructions with sincerity and simplicity. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Shamanand Prabhu. I actually had the thought we only have 2 more disciples. So before we move on to second initiates and others, I thought maybe we could just complete these last 2 before we go on recess. Krishna Kaunteya Prabhu did not submit an offering for the book, but he did send a voice recording to the group, so we transcribed it. And if it's all right, I'll just read Krishna Kaunteya's Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jayadvaita Swaminiti Namane from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 145. According to the deliberate opinion of all revealed scriptures, the spiritual master is non-different from Krishna. Lord Krishna in the form of the spiritual master delivers his devotees. Purport. The relationship of a disciple with his spiritual master is as good as his relationship with the Supreme Lord. A spiritual master always represents himself as the humblest servitor of the personality of Godhead, but the disciple must look upon him as the manifested representation of Godhead. Hari Bol, Guru Das Jayadvaita Swami Ki Jai, your servant Krishna Kaunteya Das. Praveen Krishna Prabhu. A garland freshly made by Sachi Devi. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jaya Dvaita Swaminiti Namane. I consider myself very fortunate that I am able to serve you. And I am seeing you how you are serving your Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, protecting his instructions. It is the business of the disciple to follow the instructions of the spiritual master. But unless we know the instructions, how can we follow? Even if we know the instructions and if we are reluctant to follow them, then we are most unfortunate. On many occasions, I hesitated to carry out your orders due to my laziness or complacency. Hence, I consider myself to be most unfortunate, but still you continue to accept my services. You tolerate even my immature behavior. You are very merciful upon me. It is by mercy of Krishna that one is able to serve the Guru, and I request Krishna and the devotees they bless me that I am able to serve Guru always. I still consider myself very fortunate because Srimad Bhagavatam says, Drulabha manusho deho dehinam shanabangura tatrapi durlabham manye vaikunta priya darshanam. For conditioned souls, the human body is most difficult to achieve and it can be lost at any moment. But I think even those who have achieved the human life rarely gain the association of pure devotees who are very dear to the Lord of Vaikunta. Your insignificant servant, Praveen Krishnadas.
Thank you so much, Praveen Krishna Prabhu. That concludes the disciples portion of our. And now Guru Maharaj will distribute some garlands. So if you'd like a garland, please go up to the Vyasa and we will be taking a 10-minute recess and we'll reconvene at 12:50. Here we go. We have Utsahan from Pavan Gopal Prabhu. Madhupati Prabhu first. All right. We'll see you all soon. If we could have some kirtan for the next 10 minutes. Any volunteers? Tulsi Prabhu? Jai.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you so much, Tulsi Prabhu. Welcome back. We're going to move to second initiates, and please forgive me, those online who would have liked to have given an offering, particularly grand disciples, forgive me for our lack of time to accommodate everyone. I understand that there is let me get this right. There's a book of all the Kadamakanamaj disciple offerings. This was put together by Namashesh and Divyanganamata, and also Krishna Kirtan Prabhu coordinated. So thank you so much for putting that together, and we'll certainly present that to Maharaj. Yes, we will have a couple more offerings from Mohan Govinda Prabhu, Tripti Radha Mata, Satya Priya Mata, if she's there, and Rupa Goswami. But I'm just forecasting and apologizing ahead of time that after that we will be continuing with our program. And I'm expressing gratitude to the Kadamakanand Maharaj disciples for putting together that book. And from what I understand, at midnight our time, there was a nice program in which offerings were made as well. So that recording will be available to you, Guru Maharaj. So thank you all so much. And let's proceed with, if Mohan Govind Prabhu, if you are ready, please unmute yourself.
Yes, Prabhuji. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Am I audible, Prabhuji? Okay, thank you. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Happy 75th Krishna conscious birthday, Guru Maharaj. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jaya Advaita Swami Iti Namine. Please accept my humble obeisances, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you, Guru Maharaj. Before I say my offerings, my sincere apology for not being present in person in India. I couldn't come due to certain commitments. Please forgive me and please forgive Tripti Radha for that. Guru Maharaj, I am no way qualified to glorify you. However, for my own purification, wanted to say few words about you. Guru Maharaj, you have dedicated your life and for spreading Krishna consciousness, and you have served ISKCON in various capacity as editor, publisher, teacher, and you have served as trustee for BBT for many, many years. You have served Srila Prabhupada by editing many of his books. Really inspired by your qualities, Guru Maharaj. To name few of them, you are very time conscious. And I remember when you visited our house a year ago, you did not waste even a moment. And we went to a doctor's office, and there we had to be in the lobby for a few minutes. And you immediately started pulling your laptop and started working on Kirtan Standard book, and also while traveling in the car, you are working during the commute as well, Maharaj. By your example, you are teaching us not to waste even a moment, Maharaj. So there are many, many qualities, and another one which really touched my heart was your simplicity, Maharaj. One example is when we gave the cloths after washing, we asked you if we can press it or iron it and give it to you, and you said no. And no need, and that simplicity touched our heart. I was reading your book on vanity karma, and you very nicely you have explained that all is vanity in the material world, and what profit does a man have? You are leading by example with full detachment and teaching to the whole world. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explains there are two Bhagavatam. One is the scripture Bhagavatam and another is person Bhagavatam. You are a person Bhagavatam, distributing transcendental knowledge throughout the world and uplifting the ignorant fools like us, like me, Maharaj. Your classes on Krishna Katha and Srimad Bhagavatam are real nectar. It's very easily understandable by everyone. You explain the philosophy so nicely and in such a way that everyone can understand. You're sacrificing your whole life in dedicating and spreading Krishna consciousness. My sincere prayer to the Lord that I always be attached to your lotus feet, follow your instructions, and serve you nicely, Maharaj. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Guru Maharaj. Your humble servant Mohan Govinda Das and Tripti Radha Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mohan Govind Prabhu. Is Satyapriya Mata online? All right, we'll move on with Rupa Goswami Prabhu. We have a garland there for you. For Maharaj. For you to offer. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to taking me under your shelter. Since my Diksha Guru, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj left this world, I am sure Bhakti Charu Maharaj must be also very pleased. I was first connected to you by Govardhan Prabhu and Mathura Mata ji through the BBT, who I'm forever grateful. When I met you, it was with mixed emotions, excited but nervous at the same time. However, from your side, I always felt the fatherly love and care. I recall after the BBT meetings, you served us with cake and commented. You served us with cake and you commented that it gives you great joy to see us eating. A few years ago, you gave the Bhaktivedanta Swami lecture at the University of Wits in Johannesburg. I said to you, Maharaj, this was a very nice, impacting lecture, and your comments were, I'm just repeating what Prabhupada said. This taught me another example of your humility and how you always profile Srila Prabhupada and not to take credit for anything. My service at the BBT is to make sure that I print Srila Prabhupada's books with a reputable printer, of which you've recommended a few, at the best price. I sometimes presented copies to you, which I thought were good. At one glance, you'll pick up the defects in the print. This is an example of your great attention to detail. This knowledge has taught me what to look for, what to look out for, and but more importantly, never to compromise Srila Prabhupada's high standard as it carries his name. On your last visit to South Africa, you commented to me, our main business in ISKCON is to serve. And on this note, I beg of your mercy and blessings and guidance to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, ISKCON. Thank you once again, dear Guru Maharaj, for giving me Brahman initiation, although I felt and I still feel unqualified. I am truly appreciative and forever grateful to you, your humble servant, Rupa Goswami Das. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rupa Goswami Prabhu. And my apologies again for all those that we don't have time to extend the invitation to hear your offerings. But we are going to continue with the program. If everybody would like to stand up and collect some flowers, we have flower petals here. I'll call on Mahaprasad Govinda Prabhu to lead us in Pushpanjali. My dear devotees, I am most regretfully delinquent in my duties as MC. I rushed forward without the most important part of our program to hear from our spiritual master. So please forgive me and thank you, Guru Maharaj, for, as Nimai Mata put it, tapping the bricks back into place where they have gone askew. So thank you for correcting the course.
Sri Radha Krishna Padan Shahagana Lolita Sri Vishakan Vitamscha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Sri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Shaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudavani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachate Shatarane Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Adi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vancha Kolpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhopyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namo. My thanks to all for your kind words. As noted, actually, all the credit goes to Srila Prabhupada, not to me. The nimitta matra bhavasavya sachin, we're just to act as agents. And then we get some credit. The Gandiva bow becomes famous. Actually, the bow is useless without the archer, but in relation to the archer, the bow becomes famous. So Prabhupada several times told us, become great by serving the greatest. That's our program. If we try to become independently great, we'll be independently foolish. But if we serve the great, then there's greatness in that. As Prabhupada pointed out, these functions, Guru Puja, Vyasa Puja, are important to remind us of our relationship with Krishna through the disciplic succession. Unless we go through the disciplic succession, there'll be no progress. One has to come in the Sampradaya system. And Sampradaya system means that our work is simple. What we've received, we just have to follow, do the same thing, say the same thing, chant the same thing. And then people will say, oh, it's so wonderful. But it's wonderful not because we do something innovative, something new. Of course, we may do something new for spreading Krishna consciousness, but the substance shouldn't always be the same. Prabhupada sometimes said, old wine in a new bottle. The substance shouldn't change. We have a great responsibility. We inherit the legacy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu coming through this exalted line. And then that means that we have a great responsibility to preserve what we've received and distribute what we've received. If we just try to preserve it for ourselves, it will degrade. In Bhagavatam, I think 4th canto, it's said that knowledge not distributed is like water in a cracked pot. Just leaks out. So if we try to cultivate knowledge or anything for ourselves only, it will degrade, diminish. But if we take up this spirit to distribute vigorously this message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as received from Srila Prabhupada, then our wealth will increase. Then our spiritual wealth will increase. A simple thing. But if we keep it as it is, that means always to be vigilant. Am I doing what I've been asked to do? Am I properly representing the predecessor acharyas? Am I properly representing my Guru Maharaj? If we're always vigilant and enthusiastic, then Krishna will help us. Tadami buddhi yogam tam. Yenamam upayantite. He'll give us the intelligence by which we'll be able to go back home, back to Godhead, which is our real business. Durlabha manava janma tadapi adruvam artadam. This human life is rarely obtained, and it's only going to last for a short time. But if we use it properly, then artadam, it can give us the greatest profit. That question is there in Kohelet. What profit does a man get for all his labor in this world? And if it's simply for fruitive results or speculative scientific advancement or philosophical research, there'll be no profit. But this is the real profit, to mukta sangam paramvrje, to become free from the clutches of Maya and go back home, back to Godhead, and pull along some others in the process. This is our business. I've made a few points to note along the way. One is just a technical thing. I was giving a class at the Mayapur Academy. They asked me to give a class on how to give a class, how to give a Bhagavatam class. So you read, you study, you follow the regular principles, you chant Hare Krishna. That's your background. Then you sit down, you read the verse, you recite the verse, then read the translation, read the purport, offer obeisances to the spiritual master, then explain something. And they said, we were taught in the disciple course that you shouldn't offer obeisances to the spiritual master in the Bhagavatam class. And there were some reasons that it's promoting your guru, or it creates some sort of tension because there are different gurus, blah, blah. So I was fairly direct about it and gave my understanding that this is rubbish. It's the duty of the disciple, before speaking, to offer obeisances to the spiritual master. Yam pravrajantam anapetya petya krityam dvaipayano virahakatara ajuhava pujreti tanmetayo tarabo vinudas. Then I always mix the last line of the next verse and this one. The next line is some Vyasa sunam upayami guru munina, but that's the next verse. Anyway, there are two verses. Before speaking, Sutta Goswami offers his obeisances to his spiritual master. he doesn't consider that there are so many sages there. They must each have their guru. Maybe I shouldn't wear my guru on my sleeve. You should keep your guru secret. Someone quoted a verse like that, keep your guru secret. Tam sarvabhuta hridayam munimanatosmi. Yes. So, thank you. So this is not our process. Our process is to offer, before we begin, we offer our obeisances to our spiritual master. Not just to Prabhupada, not just, but not that we leave out our spiritual master and go directly to Prabhupada. This is some other philosophy, Ritvik philosophy or crypto-Ritvik. Crypto-Ritvik means hidden Ritvik philosophy. So this is wrong. It's simply wrong. For those who attended the program for Srila Prabhupada's disappearance here in Mayapur, we had two speakers from Gaudiya Math. A young, one, both fairly young compared to me, one younger and one younger still. And they they were asked to glorify Srila Prabhupada. And they both followed the system that they're not Prabhupada's disciples. One was Srila Puri Maharaj's disciple, younger Puri Maharaj. The other, I've forgotten, but another respected godbrother, Srila Prabhupada. I remember, and so they both began. We know this is ISKCON, but they began by offering obeisances very clearly, loudly, not under their breath, as someone was taught, to their spiritual master. One of them began by saying, I offer my obeisances to my spiritual master, who's the most beloved follower of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and so on. And one devotee next to me is wondering, so where's he going to go from there? So I offer my obeisances to my spiritual master, who's the most beloved follower of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Swami Maharaj is not less. You can see, Srila Prabhupada is not less. So he was perfect. He glorified his spiritual master, and he knew exactly why he had come. He glorified Srila Prabhupada very nicely. Both speakers glorified Srila Prabhupada very nicely. Now this is the duty of the disciple. Not that we find a verse somewhere that you should hide your beads, hide your mantra, hide your disciple, your Guru Maharaj. Prabhupada didn't hide his Guru Maharaj. So, just number one, to follow the system, and number two, just to disrupt this cuckoo idea that we should avoid audibly respecting our spiritual master. I would request all of my disciples, before you give a class, offer your audible obeisances to your spiritual master, and then to Srila Prabhupada, and all the devotees, and carry on in this way. It's just a point of etiquette in which we should all be, which we should understand, and in which we should all be trained. It's not that because we're in a multi-guru institution, we hide our spiritual master. Rather, we appreciate, when I was appreciating that these Gaudiya Math sannyasis glorified their spiritual master as they should. As they should. Otherwise, their glorification of Prabhupada would have been useless. What kind of flim-flam people are you? But no, they showed that they knew the science, and then they glorified Srila Prabhupada very nicely. And at the same time, we should appreciate the spiritual masters of all the devotees. When I was on Padayatra, we have our Prem Dhwani and we recite. And we went to some, I guess it must have been a Gaudiya Math in our travels. And after the kirtan, the person who was reciting the Prema Dhwani, he said, he ended by saying, Apnar Guru Maharaj ki jai. Or must have been Hindi. What would you say? Apke? Apka?
Apne.
No. Hindi mein.
Hindi's apne.
Apne. Apne Guru Maharaj. This repetitive way of doing things is a standard in Hindi and Bengali, that it means each and every one. Like give them one piece of cake. It means give everyone, each and every person. So apne. To each of your spiritual masters, all glories. That's our philosophy. Not just my spiritual master. I glorify my spiritual master, who is the only show in town. But we should appreciate and offer respects to all these spiritual masters and encouragement to all the disciples who've accepted such worthy spiritual masters in the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or even not Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Those who've come in other Vaishnava Sampradayas, all glories to your spiritual masters also. Not that we're such a tight tribe that all glories to us and no glories to anyone else. Of course, to the Mayavadis, no glories. But Ye Bhaje Sheva, anyone who's engaged in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, all glories to them and all glories to their spiritual masters. So in this way we show the proper culture, and Krishna will be pleased and we'll be doing the right thing. And if other people have some other idea in mind, then you can humbly discuss it with them, or at least they'll know that not everyone buys this product, that just jump to Prabhupada and keep your Guru Maharaj to yourself. That's just not our philosophy. A few other things. I'm not going to speak a lot of philosophy today because, well, time is short and I speak philosophy a lot. I'm reminded of Prabhupada's teaching, Shastric teaching, that we have all living entities go through 6 stages. There's birth, growth, stay for some time, have some byproducts, children, dwindle, and disappear, die. Do I have them all? Yeah. So I'm very conscious that I'm in the dwindling stage. Birth is finished. I've stayed for a lot of time. I didn't have to bother with material byproducts. Somehow Krishna's arrangement, I've got a different way of doing things. And now dwindling is there. 75 years old means 75 years dead. That many years are gone, not many years are left. My mother lived to be 97, my father lived to be 55. What's the average? One of you smart mathematicians? Or anyone with a cell phone app? Average of 55 and 97? 73 and a half, somebody says. I'm worse than anyone on numbers. So I'm already, what would you say, living on, we've gone into overtime. So time is limited. I won't stay so much longer. And for those who are younger, and we know the worst is death, but old age is formidable. It's not listed among the fourfold miseries for nothing. So old age, dwindling, then disappearance. But if we're engaged in Krishna consciousness, then all right, let me just carry on. Let me carry on and try to do some service as long as we're here. For those who are interested, this year I completed my legal will. I'd written it quite some time ago. I just didn't finish the work. So this year I finished the work, looked it over, made a few adjustments, got it signed and notarized, and so it's there. The main features of it, there's not a whole lot because I kept it to a legal will. I didn't give a lot of, there's no spiritual instruction there about what my disciples should do or what they should think or what they should give emphasis to. It's just law. It's just law, really. There's not a lot of property. There's a couple of bank accounts, which aren't really mine anyway. I don't exclusively control any, but I direct them, so I've given some idea how they should be directed. And the main thing as far as property is that I established also this year a trust, Krishna Balaram Literary Trust, to own my intellectual property. That is to say, basically copyrights. There's not a big corpus of work. Prabhupada had so many books, so many. I've got two, maybe another. There's another one on the way. Maybe it's something else. But whatever there is, some articles also, some residual, some rights in the Indian, rights for India, for Vanity Karma, I retain. The rest are with the BBT. So all of those rights have been invested in the Krishna Balaram Literary Trust. The trustees are Pradumna and Mahaprasad Govinda and me, right? We're the trustees. And to do the work of the trust, there's a Krishna Balaram Publishing Corporation. The directors are, again, Madhupati, again, the Mahaprasad Govinda, then Pradumna and Mohan Govinda Prabhu, and Amal Puran in New Jersey, disciple of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. Am I a director? I'm not a director. So I'm not in the corporation, I'm only in the trust. The basic work of these organizations is to publish my books, to those that we have the rights to keep them in print as far as possible and distributed. And the trust is may also publish other works by other Vaishnava authors, if we can be of service there. That's one of our mandates. And specifically also to help distribute the books of Satsrup Das Goswami. He's got a huge, I've done like 2 books. We've lost count of how many books Satsrup Maharaj has written, and there's so much valuable material there. So And he doesn't have a big force of so many men to help him. So I've asked that the trust also and the corporation help to distribute, publish and distribute Satsvarup Maharaj's books as well, and they may take up other books as well. In practical affairs related to books, all of my disciples and followers and friends, if you're looking for something to do, you can help distribute these books. Prabhupada's books are always the most important, but these books are also a contribution. The Vanity Karma is especially meant for outsiders, for outreach. And the Kirtan Standards is for insiders, for the members of the Krishna consciousness movement. It's somehow or other gotten a very good reception among the devotees. No one's really come out and blasted me yet that I know of. And there's much appreciation that this has long been needed. There's long been a need for publishing what Prabhupada said we should do, what he said we shouldn't do, what his standards are, as we have handbooks for deity worship, and we have books for cooking, and we have other guidelines. So here we've compiled instructions from Srila Prabhupada about this most important aspect of our movement, kirtan. So it's a book, and at the same time it's a campaign. It's not a campaign against anyone or against any, well, it's against some things. Nitai Gaur Radhe Shyam, we're definitely against. But mainly it's to guide and encourage those who are committed to chanting Hare Krishna. What instructions did we receive from Srila Prabhupada? What's the essence of kirtan? What do we want to keep out of kirtan? You've seen the book, so you know what's there. And the more we can distribute it, the more we can distribute it, the better. At the same time, there's a need for the book in other languages. There's Hindi and Bengali especially. There's a big need. Those who are attending the kirtans here in Mayapur can understand that there's quite a need here in Bengal, in Mayapur. In spite of all the wonderful things about the kirtan, it could still be better. And the same for Vrindavan. So if we get the books in Hindi and in Bengali, that's very important, especially since so many people come here, so many people go to Vrindavan, and whatever they hear, they think this is it, and they take it back with them and screw up kirtan all over the world. So in Hindi, and there's an interest also. There are many leaders and kirtaniyas here in India who have asked for when can we get it in Hindi, when can we get it in Bengali. So we're hoping that we can push that along. Russian also. Chaitanya Chandra Chonan Prabhu, the spiritual master of so many devotees in Russia, has expressed a desire to have the book in Russian. And then there's Spanish and French and German, and whatever other languages. But if we get these four, English, Hindi, Bengali, and Russian, I think we'll be covering most of the territory. Spanish would be nice. And then again, other languages. But these are, there's an urgency to these, Hindi, Bengali, and Russian. And it's an opportunity for us to get involved in publishing. We have, as you know, my service has mainly been in publishing. The BBT is our most important publisher, but there are niche opportunities to push on with publishing. Sometime I want to look at that trust document again and add one more purpose to the trust, which is to train people, train devotees in the various aspects of publishing, whether it's editing or translating or composition, design, layout, distribution. There's a need to train devotees. Some get training in the BBT, mostly who are working in the BBT. Now there are so many devotees publishing books, and very nice books. We're distributing at our book table, of course, Kadamba Kanan Maharaj's book, and a very nice book that's just come out of compiling teachings from my wonderful godbrother, Sridhar Swami. So, and there are many other such books, and mostly, of course, Bhakti Vikas Maharaj is publishing so many books, Hari Shari Prabhu, many others. So I get requests from time to time, how do you do this? How do you do that? Do you know anyone who does this? And that's another service that I think the Trust can do if we provide educational opportunities by which devotees can learn more about publishing, and specifically Vaishnav or Krishna conscious publishing. Because other kinds of publishing, of course, you can take courses out there, but specifically how to do it for Krishna. So both things, how to do these things and how to do it in Krishna consciousness. We'll try to add that at some point as one of our purposes. And so those are sort of the practical things that I just wanted to update you about, and a watch out for because everything finally, why are we doing this Vyasa Puja? Why do we do it? It's to bring out that this is our philosophy. That Yasya Deve Para Bhakti Yata Deve Tataga Tasya Tata Yarta Prakashante. That we should have full faith in Krishna and equal faith in the spiritual master. This is our process. And even though we may be serving in the context of an institution which has all of its complexities and all of its legitimate concerns about so many things, finally we can't monkey with the philosophy. If we monkey with the philosophy, if we adulterate it, if we rejigger it to meet some managerial ideas, we'll lose everything. We'll lose everything. We can adjust so many things, but we can't change the philosophy. Why did Prabhupada write so many books? It's not so that we can come around with new ideas and say, well, this doesn't work anymore, let's do something else. The philosophy has to be maintained. And in context, it can be presented this way, that way, or can take this shape or that shape. But the philosophy can't change, nor can the essence of the philosophy, the siddhantas, the conclusions of the philosophy, or even the emphasis of the philosophy, because I can pick something out that was mentioned somewhere in page 143 and make it a big headline. But knowing the philosophy means knowing what Prabhupada emphasized. knowing what Prabhupada didn't give much attention to or said don't bother with. There's a proportion. A figure gets its shape not only from having arms and legs, but proportion. Everything should be proportionate. A landscape, everything should be in proportion. Not just, yes, we have a lighthouse, yes, we have a sea, yes, we have houses, yes, we have waves. But there's a proportion that makes it a proper picture. So if we want the proper picture of Krishna consciousness, then Prabhupada's teachings should be presented as it is, as they are, with everything included intact. So that's a great responsibility for us individually and collectively as devotees, as a society, to, Prabhupada said, simple thing, just follow. So let us try to do that. And certainly Srila Prabhupada and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will give us their mercy more and more. And finally, thanks to all of you for serving in your many services, for assisting me, even if you're not doing direct, helping me in some direct project or something, just that you're serving in your prescribed duties wherever you may be. It may be a big thing or it may be less conspicuous, but faithfully serving, nicely following the principles of Krishna consciousness and making spiritual advancement and distributing Krishna consciousness. Thanks to all of you for doing that. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Gaur Premanande.
I should add, when it holds it, it rubs and people online catches. When you if you give it, no one will hear it. Yeah, but you can do the whole stuff.
Just a very little addition to what I said, that what goes for me as far as offering obeisances before you speak, the same goes for the disciples of His Holiness Gadambakananda Maharaj, naturally, that they should offer first respects to their spiritual master, that they're all very fortunate to have such a wonderful spiritual master as Gadambakananda Maharaj, and he should. It's the duty of the disciples to first offer obeisances. And again, my thanks and encouragement to all of Maharaj's disciples who, for the service that they're doing. It's somehow or other yeah, it's a source of great satisfaction to me to see Maharaj's disciples serving nicely. Thank you all.
Hare Krishna, everyone. If everyone can make sure that at least you've got 3 portions to offer the flower, don't finish all your flower. So that will be towards the end. We're going to go through the Mangala chant first. Hare Krishna. You may repeat after me. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jayadvaita Swami Niti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschascha Deshatarini Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Ragunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhamritamscha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Svapadantikam Shiva Shavanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Pravave Namaha Madhurochvalaya Premadya Shirupanuka Bhaktida Shigaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostate Namaste Gauravani Shimutaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudhapa Siddhanta Dvantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Shakshat Vairagyamurtaye Vipralambhara Sambhode Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchitanandanamine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Vibrava Bhumistvam Nidreshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhuma Shri Jagannathaye Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa sindhubhya cha Patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Namo mahavadanyaya Krishna prema pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauradvishe Namaha Panchatattvamakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatham Surayo Banko Mamma Manda Matirkati Matsarvasya Padam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyadvida Ranya Kalpadru Madha Shimad Ratangara Shimhasanasto Shimad Radha Shilla Govinda Devo Preshtavi Libhi Sevyamano Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambi Bamsivata Tatastitaha Karshan Venu Svanir Gopi Gopinatha Shiestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktabinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we're just going to recite the Guru Pranam first, and then you can offer the flower, and then we pay obeisances once we offer the Guru Maharaj the Kijai. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jayadvaita Swami Niti Namine Isha Puchvanjali Smarapayami. Now for flower. His Divine Grace Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jayadvaita Swami Niti Namine Esha Pushpanjali Smapayami. Pushpanjali Smapayami. His Divine Grace Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jayadvaita Swami Niti Namine Isha Pushpanjali Smarapayani. His Divine Grace Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj Ki. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Before we move to Arti, I want to extend great gratitude for this wonderful venue to Gopinath Prabhu. Such a beautiful setup. And it's been said that when you have a preparation, nobody glorifies the spicing, or sometimes you might, but generally what stands out about a preparation is what sabji is there, what combinations are there. But what makes a preparation delicious is the salt, the right quantity. And the salt behind a large portion of this whole operation is Sachi Devi. So I would like to thank Sachi Devi, who maybe she... Thank you so much, Mata. Besides painting Krishna Balaram so beautifully, or assisting and manifesting their own transcendental features, you've set up this whole program so nicely. So thank you. And now the what's that? Oh, and then Rasa Purnima as well. And we have a whole team, the whole local Mayapur team, Tulsi Prabhu. Thank you so much. And yes. And now let us glorify Guru Maharaj with the Samsara Dava prayers. Samsara dava nalalidha loka Tranaya karunya ghana ghanatam Tasya kalyana gunarnavasyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vaditramadhyan Manasura Sena Romanchakam Pashutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Romanchakam Pashutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shri Vigrahara Dhana Nityanana Shingaratan Mandiramarjanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Chanyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Chaturvidhashi Bhagavat Prasado Sadvana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangam Chaturvidhashi Bhagavat Prasado Sadvana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangam Kritvaiva Triptim भजता सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम् Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shri Radhika Madhavayorapara Madhurya Lila Gunarupa Nam Nam Pratikshana Sadhanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Nikunjayuno rati keli siddhyai Yayali bhiyu tirapekshaniya Nikunjayuno rati keli siddhyai Yayali bhiyu tirapekshaniya Tatrati daksharati vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Tatrati daksharati vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sakshat Dharitvena samasta shastrahi Uktastata bhavyataiva shadhi Kintu prabhurya priyaiva tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasado Yasya prasadam nagati kutopi Stuvam stasyaya shastri sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Samsaradava nalalidhaloka Pranaya karunya ghana ghana tam Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Guru Dasa Jayadvaita Swaminiti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Nitai Nitai Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rivo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottara Shatashi Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottara Shatashi Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada Ki Namacharya Shula Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Se Kaur Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyam Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhana Ki Vrindavan Dham Ki Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Tulsi Maharani Ki Samaveda Gaura Bhaktavinda Ki All glories to some devotees, all glories to some devotees, all glories to some devotees, all glories to His Divine Grace Srila Jayadvaita Maharaj Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. If everyone could come and gather around the Vyasa here, we'll have one picture with all of us, if that's all right.
This place is a very nice venture by Gopinath Prabhu with blessings from Kadamakananda Swami. So all of you please give his blessings that the project will be a good success.
Well, what you can do, you can just take the entire table.
I think the ladies would be good. If you're able to be straight line, maybe they can see you otherwise. Horizontal, horizontal. Krishna, Krishna,
Prabhu, come inside. You are main photographer. Well, we also want him to be. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Everyone looks here. Smile. Haribo. Haribo. Cheesecake. Should I take one? You sit? Come here. Hari bol. That's completely alright, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that.
Yeah, sure.
Haribol, we'll do it there.
Did you see my itty bitty phone?
Where's the camera? Hare Krishna. Thank you all so much, our online attendees. This concludes our program. I regrettably inform you that you can't taste this wonderful prasadam through the camera, but on the plus side, the real prasadam was the mercy of Guru Maharaj and the offerings given herein. So I think prasadam was distributed in what would we say, liberally. So in the future, let this be an enticement to show up in person. But all jokes aside, thank you so much for your attendance, and this will wrap up our online portion of the program, and we are going to move to prasadam. So thank you so much. My obeisances to all my god siblings, to all the disciples of His Holiness Kadamakanana Maharaj, and to all friends and well-wishers online. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripasindubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Maharaj, any final words for our online attendees?
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Jai.
We didn't hear.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Given the time zone difference, thank you exceedingly. Hare Krishna.